Strong opinions, weakly held. What kind of strong opinions do you have? What kind of bad opinions do you have that you strongly hold? Bankruptcy. This is a strong opinion that I have that I'm very weakly holding to, but good luck trying to change my opinion. Maybe you can. Maybe you need to see what my opinion is of bankruptcy for technology startups, which is that 5 books solve all of bankruptcy. Book number 1, Eric Ries's Lean Startup. The updated version, Dan Olson, Lean Product Handbook. Book 2, To Solve Bankruptcy. All technology startups, including the Y Combinator ones, should no longer be going bankrupt at a 50, 60, 85% kill rate. Book 2, Mark McCormack, What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. Or the sequel, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School, Larry Chang. Steve Blank, 4 Steps to the Epiphany. 4 steps. The 5th epiphany is at Harvard. I think you already have that article. It's basically you can't outsource VP of sales work, Steve Blank. Alexander Ostrander, business model generation. But Larry, we have this business model. It's something we're stubborn about. Oh, how much revenue do you have? Oh, we're pre-revenue. So you're going to strongly hold an opinion about a business model and you have no revenue? That's like saying my bad opinion is stubbornly held. Are you holding your bad opinion stubbornly? Are you? Because Alexander Ostrander and Larry Chang have entered the chat, which is being flexible with consulting on the front end, being able to sell something and then build it, being able to DJ 3 APIs using guacamole recipe number 23, right out of the book of Mark McCormack. Why is it called guacamole? It's because recipes that are business signature recipes from 1983, it doesn't make the cool kids want to come to sit at the feet and learn. Therefore, rebranding 1983 business signature protocols into hashtag guacamole. Do you like guacamole? Book number 5, Jeffrey Moore, Crossing the Chasm. Book 5, we're ducking bankruptcy. And the Eric Ries prequel, which is Startup Lessons Learned. 5 books help you avoid bankruptcy. You're welcome. Clip it. Clip it. So the weak opinion that is strongly held, that's most people. So there are soft opinions weakly held. That's okay. There are bad opinions stubbornly held. Those are the worst. There are strong opinions weakly held. That's bankruptcy. That's avoiding bankruptcy. That's Duck 9, where my strong opinion is that you can absolutely avoid bankruptcy. Moving right along. Good job, you guys. Cancerous employees. I read somewhere, specifically at Harvard Business Review, that 3 in 5 employees are not necessarily adding value to the company and actually doing less work against the company. Meaning you're paying for this person and the product that they're shipping isn't productive. So we're talking about that they don't teach you in school is cancerous employees. Because if you're going to try to job seek and you've got any indication that you're going to be a cancerous employee, Guess what? Employers aren't going to take a chance on you. 3 in 5 employees actually do more harm than good. What are we talking about? We're talking about strong opinions that are weakly held. This is my opinion, is that finding an employee that's cancerous, that's a cancerous employee. Ethnicities. Within society, there are certain citizens that are doing more societal harm than good. Those aren't cancerous employees, those are cancerous citizens. Strong opinions, weakly held, per capita. So per capita means if you are less than 10% of the population and you're committing 60% of the crimes, from a per capita basis, your ethnicity's cancerous. Your ethnicity needs to be cut away. Cancerous citizens. So certain citizens add value, and other citizens say, not only am I going to not add value, I'm going to try to destroy the society. Sugar. So what sugar is to a body is it's fuel for your cancerous cells. Your cancerous cells love sugar. Your shitty citizens love sugar. Your body, it actually loves sugar. You need to train your body to not seek out sugar. That's what a sugar crash is. What's a form of sugar for the government? That would be bad government money, because the government, it could print money, and therefore it will print money. That's where sugar is bad money. LTGE Arnold Bold says hi. How did I do with that username? Pretty good, right? Pretty good. You're lucky you don't like sugar, because once you're off of sugar, it's no longer going to hook its hooker way into you, which is sugar. Drop a like if you want to see similar content that is strong opinions weakly held. And what I mean by a strong opinion that's weakly held is this. There is a bread and circus component to the internet, which is free bread and circus trying to drive your attention. Whereas what we're doing is biohacking. What we're doing is inverting what normally is straightforward, which is strong opinions weakly held. What could be more straightforward than civil war? It's the government trying to cause a bunch of micro civil wars. Strong opinions weakly held. Men aren't at odds with women. That's a fake civil war. It's not white people against everybody else. That's not the Civil War. That's not the molehill you want to die on. These are strong opinions weakly held, which is you and I connecting with what? With the concept that macroeconomics, that's a religion. See, my opinion that I'm strongly holding, because it's a accurate opinion, strongly holding accurate opinions, is macroeconomics. That's a religion. What do I mean by that? Is it's not microeconomics, which is supply and demand. Macroeconomics is the woo-woo of, oh, we can just print money and give poor people and rich people money. That won't end poorly. It will end poorly. It ends poorly all 6,800 times that fiat currency has been tried. Macroeconomic woo-woo of a subsidy. Anytime the government's trying to give you money to try to motivate you to do something, that's a subsidy, that's corporate welfare, that's default socialism. How do you feel about default socialism? Pushing right along with strong opinions, weakly held, which is macroeconomics. When it's default socialism, when it's default, let's go ask the government what the price should be. The government should be smaller. Right now, the government is large and very much in charge, which is why macroeconomics, it's a religion. Ditto socialism and communism. It's not a form of government, much more so, it's a form of religion, which is utopia for all. We're just going to need to kill 15 to 40% of the society. Strong opinions, weakly held. Enjoy studying microeconomies, enjoy trying to succeed during rugged individualism, which is it's socialism for high class, it's communism socialism for the lower class. In the middle class, we're having to deal with microeconomies, which is demand and supply. Just kidding. Not kidding. Strong opinions, weakly held, Nadi Shodhana breathing. Microeconomies of your solo entrepreneur. Strong opinion, weakly held. Strong opinion, stubbornly held. You should go to bed tired and wake up massively energized. Clip it. Clip it. Clipped it. Best employee. Becoming your own best employee. Maybe you're not being a very good employee to yourself. Doing what you're say you're going to do, being on time, and offering ROI. If those things are above you, then there's going to be some difficulty. These are strong opinions, stubbornly held, which is microeconomies. Those will even be present during a effervescent time of socialism, communism, which is what we're in right now. Strong opinions, weakly held, which is our economy. It's not capitalist. It's everything you hate about capitalism is actually socialism. Let me repeat that. Everything that you hate about capitalism is actually communism overtly, not even in disguise. Not even in disguise. So when you're complaining about some kind of unfairness, that's not capitalism unfairness. That's socialism unfairness. Do you know how the central bank operates? Do you know who gave the power? Do you know why the Titanic sank? Which is strong opinions, strongly theorized. Cash crash landing. How much cash do you have right now on hand? How much cash do you have? Ooh, wrapping up the problems in society. Where are there safe spaces for men? Heterosexual Caucasian men. Where's the safe space for Caucasian men? Strong opinions, weakly held, page 2. Ooh, men's biohacking is different from women's biohacking. Good job, Larry Chang. July 2 through July 4 of June. June 2 through June 4th is Beyond Biohacking Conference. That's produced by Dave Asprey, and that's June 2 through June 4, 2027. What are we doing there? What are we doing now, Larry? What we're doing now is we're realizing that biohacking is going to affect women different from how men are affected. One, this is a theory that I'm strongly theorizing, which is men's life expectancy is going to become greater than female life expectancy. Why? Because the brain cannot continue to live, the body cannot continue to live after the mind has died. Let me repeat that. The body cannot continue to live after the mind has died. Have you seen what SSRIs are affecting women different from how they affect men? Ditto the, hey, there's a new vaccine coming down the line. Would you like to take another vaccine? No, thank you. I didn't get tricked on the initial vaccine. Are we trying to be Oriental cowboys? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me about who got tricked and when. Did you get tricked? Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. Men's biohacking. Cheers to L-theanine. Cheers to L-theanine. Cheers to knees over toes. This shit actually works. Biohacking. The body cannot continue to live after the female mind dies. What is YouTube trying to suspend my stream for? What the heck? Who knows what got lost there? We're going to proceed anyway. Which is biohacking. Biohacking on the board. Biohacking, because biohacking affects women different from how it affects men. Biohacking. Can't stop, won't stop, Chang stop, even though the app got closed out. Closing out the app. Let's go. Which is biohacking. Which is biohacking. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hey, do you know about stray kids? Creepy. Let's focus on biohacking. The way that men biohack is different from how women biohack. Men are at the core trying to work on a six-pack, six figures, and trying to get to be 6 feet tall. Looks maxing. Check, check, check. What are women trying to do with biohacking? Women are trying to mortgage their future. They'll do anything to look better today. Look at the methodologies. Look at the methodologies for improving your biohacking. It's going to follow this strong opinion weekly held, which is show me the financial incentives and I will show you the behavior. Men are financially incentivized to improve their body and be fundamentally healthier, whereas women have been mentored by the psychological operation to do what? To mortgage their future in order to look better today. I don't think putting boob implants is very healthy. Veneers for teeth have shown to change your facial bone structure. These are strong opinions weakly held. You might get mad at the truths. You might get mad at the truths. But instead of getting mad at truths, why don't we just continue on and say, Larry, thank you for these truths. Do you have some more based insights? Men's health is based. Cheers to L-theanine. Cheers to L-theanine. Page 344. My friend Mark from the Bay Area has got a company that squirts L-theanine. I just drink it. Mark from this company that does L-theanine drops. Their sales motto is just squirt it in my mouth. Just squirt it in my mouth. Mark's company has stated. Just squirt it in my mouth, Mark's company stated. What is L-theanine? It's a chemical found in green tea. I went to Strong Opinion Weekly held. I think that sushi restaurants should have green tea. Hot green tea. Chinese hot green tea. Or matcha, but it's kind of disgusting. Therefore, I will bring in Trader Joe's into the sushi restaurant. Why am I bringing green tea to the Chinese food restaurant? Why am I bringing green tea to the sushi restaurant? Why am I bringing L-theanine into the Asian restaurant? Well, I'm doing that because you're not providing me with the type of green tea that I would like to enjoy with my $300 sushi. Men's biohacking versus women's biohacking. By bringing in green tea, it's like bringing sand to the beach. By bringing in green tea, it's like bringing food to the buffet. When you're bringing green tea in, it's like bringing vagina into First Thursdays, because you're bringing more Asian stuff to the Asian restaurant. How Caucasian am I right now? It's like bringing my Asian girlfriend who's not even Asian. She's dressed in a cheapao. I'm just trying to put a little bit of Asian inside of her. Men's biohacking. No magic pills. Not to say that women are lazy, but women are always looking for a magic pill. Hello, SSRI. You fell for that. Magic pill. Hello, this. Hello, this. Hello, that. You can screenshot that. Because guess what? This magic shot, it solved nothing. In fact, the magic pill that you're seeking for has got some side effects. Look at how many people have heart arrhythmia when they got tricked into taking an experimental mRNA substance. No magic pills. No this one trick. No hiring life coaches to try to get to 11 figures, which is one digit short of 12 figures. That would be a trillionaire. But if you don't know that 9 figures is a billionaire, I would never listen. Strong Opinions Weekly held, which is I would never listen to a person who is not worth 7 figures on how to get to 9 figures. I never listened to a non-millionaire about how to become a billionaire. That's a strong opinion. Weekly held. That's a strong opinion, strongly held, actually. Do you like this video so far? Do you feel connected to me? Or do you feel like I'm talking at you? Or do you wish that I would just talk further and keep giving information to you to then give to Gemini 4 that then gives it back to you in a oppo taco of a doom loop, which is this is a beneficial loop. Oh my god, it's a beneficial loop. Cheers. Let's drink some L-theanine while we're on our beneficial loop. I recommend Trader Joe green tea. Delicious. Men's health is not cosmetic. It is cosmetic in that you look healthier when you have a six-pack. How's my six-pack looking? You look healthier when you have one chin. How's my chin looking? How's my jawline? How are my facial features? Are we mogging right now? Yeah. Which is looks maxing. Men's looks maxing is different from women's looks maxing. This is financial advice, ladies, which is stop trying to mortgage your future by doing massively unhealthy stuff with your teeth and your fascia. Oh my god, this video is the best video I've ever done. So what happens when women paralyze their face with Botox injections in an attempt to get rid of wrinkles? That's a mortgage for the future. Why? Because your fascia is not a filthy liar. Fascia, it's like a balloon that covers your body. It's fascia. It's this pliable thing that keeps your body healthy. But when your face fascia is paralyzed, now you're gonna stream interruption. Stream interruption. So many interrupted streams, but that's okay. Do you know why? Because we're going to also avoid sunscreen. We're avoiding sunscreen. Why? Because the chemicals in sunscreen don't work the way that you think they do. They work in a leveraged and mortgaged way. Talk to your gynecologist about whether or not sunscreen is good for you. What's the skin doctor? What's the skin doctor person? What's the skin doctor? They're trying to sell you on an allergy. I like when people multitask because I'll ask a question and there's such a delay. Oh my God, some people have a hard time processing information. Larry, everyone in this stream is here to become better. Give some useful advice. What hasn't been useful? So a personal attack is an example of bad opinions strongly held, which is the mortgage. Future health for present health. That's a mortgage where you're trying to pull future health because all you care about is mortgage. All you care about is short-term gains, which is when you're looks maxing and you're doing some what's the nose surgery that's all the rage? It's like where you make your nose bigger. What's that surgery called? Because that's a form of looks maxing. We're talking about men biohacking versus women's biohacking. There's this kind of nose job that you get, and then your nose job, it actually does the opposite of what the nose
job is meant to do, which is to make your nose better. People that are fat, they get this nose job where they should just try to not deal with the symptoms. What are we talking about right now? We're talking about biohacking within men and women, and sometimes the biohacking it goes in a different direction because you're hoping for a short-term gain. Biohacking speaker, keynote, Joe Dispenza. He was recommended to go to back surgery because a Jeep had wrecked his back when he was bike riding. If you're bike riding out there, be super careful. I'm not sure that people who are driving right now are really driving their car. I think they're just kind of behind the wheel and going to answer some quick text messages while they're lost. That's how they're driving. Good luck if you're riding a bike out there. So Joe Dispenza, he gets into a horrific car crash while he's riding his bike. His back is just wrecked. Not ruined, but wrecked. Chapter 1, Becoming Supernatural, he decides to not get back surgery as a chiropractor. So the good news here is that biohacking, it affects men different from women because in my experience, women love going to the doctor and they love talking about their problem. And doctors, they love women who have a health policy that allows doctors to make more money. Would you like to be allergic to something? Would you like your immune system to be labeled something? Would you like to give me some money? I'm your doctor. Because why don't doctors say, hey, I don't make any money from this, but this is what you should be doing? Why don't doctors say that? Oh, I know why. Because doctors, they have a shit ton of debt, and most doctors have really bad credit. Strong opinions, hilariously held. That should be the name of this video. Hilariously accurate opinions that rub people the wrong way. Larry, says President Vladimir Putin, do you wear sunscreen? No. No sunscreen. I don't think sunscreen is good for you. Men's health does not mortgage. So the concept of a mortgage in venture capital is when you take venture capital, that's a mortgage against your startup. Except that the person who lent you the money, they could fire you. Larry, well, how does a mortgage apply to biohacking? A mortgage applies to biohacking when you're selling out the future to look incrementally better today. Lip filler. It doesn't make you look good. You could just get the same effects of lip filler by just having me bite on your lips and then they're swollen and inflamed. You see, lip filler, it's meant to make your vagina more attractive, which is a trick. But then now within women's biohacking, that trick's not fooling anybody right now. In fact, when you get lip filler, your vagina begins to dry up. Oh my God, did I just explain what a mortgage is? Lip filler. It causes your vaginal mucus to dry up. I hate that I know this. And I hate that I'm right. And I hate that I sound like I'm wrong. I don't hate that. I love sounding wrong, but then being right. I also really revel in sounding like I'm making a joke, but it's 100% accurate. Why? Because you're messing with your skin. You see, you don't see. I'm going to show you. The inside of your vagina is the same type of skin as your nose and your lips. So when you're messing with your penis skin or your lips, it's going to mess with your skin health. What's the largest organ of your body? That would be skin. So when you're messing with your skin, you're going to have crappy skin. And when you're caking on foundation, that's also going to mess with your skin, which is why some women have decided to go makeupless. And then now it's just atrocious, seemingly natural, but only at the perfect amount of medical spa windows. So, what's a medical spa window? It's right after you leave the med spa, you look atrocious. Your face is all swollen because they did a bunch of unnatural things to mortgage. But then they'll say to you, "Oh, this will even out later." Ditto a nose job. Ditto any kind of surgery or any kind of outside forces biohacking your face. Your med spa window is kind of like an Overton window. There's a sweet spot, but then after it begins to fade away and your body begins to heal because your body hated the whatever thing you did to it, and then your body begins to heal, now you're going to need to go back. And then women's brain, it got psychologically operated from the advertising because the med spa, they're psychologically operating against you to say, hey, you need to come back once a week. Because if I were operating a med spa, I'd have you come back every day. Kind of like these YouTube lives. Come back every day. Actually, I don't say that. I say stop coming back. I say stop coming back. I say watch one of my old videos. So my humor was actually inaccurate. If I owned a med spa, I would tell you your beauty. Oh my God, this video is the best video I've ever made. Your beauty comes from the inside. Maybe you shouldn't be doing your fake lip injection. Maybe you should just be making out with your boyfriend or your husband and then having your lips be swollen because you've been doing a lot of beach. Ladies, sorry, my pattern is full. Sorry, because there's a wait list for that. But this is why every 8, 7, 6 that I've dated turns into 10, 9, or 9. True story. 6s become 9s because I will make her biohack. 1, obviously you're going to be eating good food because I'm cooking it for you. Nutrition. 2, obviously I'm not going to make you go pick up fast food because I don't want gas anywhere near me. I don't want your JJ stinking. Oh my God, this is the best video I've ever made. Strong opinions, strongly held, which is fast food causes your vagina to taste like crap. My God. Financing. Robbing Maggie to pay Margaret. What does that mean? It's a playoff of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Robbing Maggie to pay Margaret is stealing from your future health. You're trying to be healthy as a woman, but you're doing whatever's possible to not look like you are older than 28. Like everyone's goal, yes, every female's goal is to look like they're 23 or 22. This guy's the best. I think so. I don't know why I'm talking to 4 people here, but you know what? It's the right 4 people. I don't want you to message your best friend to share this video, okay? I want you to financially benefit from this, which is robbing Maggie to pay Margaret. You don't want to steal from your future self, which is, oh, Larry, I figured out a way to sleep less. Oh, how? And then it's some stupid idea. You should be going to bed tired and then waking up energized. And there are two problems. We're talking about biohacking for both men and women, which is I watch videos or I watch women's lips move when they're talking. I'm not trying to figure out, oh, are those lips going to feel good on my schlong? I'm not thinking that. I know it's going to be okay because it's your lips on my dingling. What I'm trying to figure out is, are you a mouth breather, and is your nose able to breathe out, breathe in? Because if you're mouth breathing, you're not going to be very good at blowies, and you're not going to be very good as a sleeping partner when you buy my vacation dinner first coach, because we're going to probably be in the same hotel room and you're going to be snoring. Therefore, I need you to, one, get better at blowies via nasal breathing. Two, get better at not snoring, nasal breathing. Three, maybe realize that Larry Chang as your yoga teacher, that's maybe not that big of a joke, because we are currently in my yoga class. It's called Men's Biohacking. This is me licensing myself to improve your ability to beach, which is Nadi Shodhana breathing, page 42, right from James Nestor. Right from James Nestor. Because what is James Nestor? He wrote a book that is keynoted at biohacking, which is Nadi Shodhana breathing, which is when you're mouth breathing when you're talking, or mouth breathing when you're jogging, or mouth breathing when you're performing fellatio, that's not good, because you're going to have to take breaks. And I don't want you taking breaks. This is how to improve your nose. Sorry, my wait list is full for waiting to blow me. This is how to rise from 800 plus girls deep to top 500 on the wait list. This is how. I'm helping you jump 300 spots on the wait list. Ready? This is your finger. These are your fingers, ladies. These are your fingers. Turn off the television. Stop doing multiple screens. Oh, but Larry, boogers come out of my nose. When boogers come out of your nose in private, blowies in private become better. Do you guys know what Chinese roulette is? Sorry, Caucasian roulette. So Russian roulette is you put one bullet into a gun, and then you spin the chamber, and then you got a 1 in 9 shot, 1 in 6 shot of blowing your head off. That's not a game I'll ever want to play. I never want to die. But what I want is for you to understand what Caucasian guy roulette is, or Caucasian cowboy roulette, which is you and your best girlfriend take turns licking my Johnson. And then from that, the roulette component is, when does it explode? That's the winner. Think of it as winner, winner, sperm for dinner. Winner, winner, sperm for dinner is Caucasian cowboy winning at roulette. Because Russian roulette, who wants to blow their brains out? Nobody. Nobody. Nailed it. Because all we need in America is just a little bit of some Oriental cowboy. Me, I'm not going to be running for president. That's for homosexual people who are homosexuals. JD Vance, Peter Thiel, the 47th and the 45th president. How does winner, winner, sperm for dinner work? It's the oppo taco of Russian roulette. Why do I want to play a game where I watch a dude pull the trigger? What are we, in Deer Hunter? Like, that Vietnamese war was a psyop to just sell missiles. Did nobody realize that we could have picked either side of their civil war? Nailed it again. I know. So instead of you just got modded. We're mod maxing. You just got modded. You just got modded. We're mod maxing right now. Caucasian cowboy roulette. That's two girls, one Larry Chang. We're Caucasian cowboy rouletting. Because before that roulette happens, we're playing book club roulette. You see, Russian roulette is stupid. It's you put one bullet in the chamber, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger. Somebody's going to die. Stupid drama, because this is the truth. Everybody's going to die. But we're not going to die playing Russian roulette. We're going to die of massively old age. We're still talking about men's biohacking versus women's biohacking, which is Caucasian guy roulette. Oriental cowboy. Strong opinions, strongly held. Two girls, one Larry Chang penis. So she kisses, she kisses, she kisses, she kisses, and then explosion. That's winner, winner. You get sperm for lunch. Winner, winner. There's no chicken for dinner. There might be sperm for dinner or dessert. Winner, winner, sperm for dessert. Winner, winner, that baby juice, that's going to cost you $275,000. Why? How? Why? Because men's biohacking. I'm not going to make you sign a document where I'm overly prostitutorial. Because if I'm selling you sperm, I'm being a prostitute. I don't think prostitution should be legal. Only. The reason that the sperm is winner, winner, sperm is for breakfast is the sperm costs $275,000. Why? Because baby juice is women's lottery ticket. This is biohacking for women, which is sperm is a lottery ticket. This is why guys who are pro athletes in the NFL, MLB, and NBA get their schlong slopped up. Why else is there a 800-person wait list to perform fellatio? This is women's biohacking because Peter Thiel, he is a person who fellatios self-admittedly, which is biohacking and financially hacking this true truth, which is lecture 5. You are not a lottery ticket. Hello, JD Vance to Peter Thiel. He is a lottery ticket. Do you like how I'm the only guy who pays attention to strong opinions accurately held? Because Peter Thiel, Thiel, he got Elon Musk connected to the 45th president, Peter Thiel. He's trying to install J.D. Vance as the next president. He said to founders, "You are not a lottery ticket." But Larry, you're deviating from men's biohacking from women's biohacking. Oh, I am not. Which is you actually are a lottery ticket. Your baby juice, if you're a NBA or billionaire or pro athlete, that baby juice is her lottery ticket. So, Caucasian roulette. So, Oriental cowboy roulette. So, blowjob roulette. So, book club roulette. What these things are is a lottery ticket. Why? Because if the baby juice is taken into the mouth and she runs to the bathroom, she spits it out, and then she shoves it into her JJ, what just happened? She now gets monetary rewards from family court. From family court, men's lottery ticket is different from a women's lottery ticket. Men's lottery ticket is retards going to sports bet or gamble sports betting. Women are not trying to buy that kind of lottery ticket because women's lottery ticket, the ticket printer is between her legs. Everything that she is providing that is valuable, she thinks is vagina driven. This is you. You're her lottery ticket. I'd be very careful when you're playing Caucasian cowboy and squirting it in her mouth and then not watching her swallow it. I've yet to see somebody throw it up and then jam it in their JJ because I think the stomach acids tend to kill off. But who knows? I bet some swimmers who are really strong, I bet some swimmers actually would survive stomach acid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You are her lottery ticket. We're talking about LD Juan Noble 5612, Asian cowboy. Good job. Good job. Your IQ seems like you're right around 80. Are you from Pakistan? Welcome. Welcome, Asian viewers. Welcome, Asian viewers. We're talking about men's biohacking, shaming, guilt, men going their own way, guru. So when you're trying to shame biohacking, it's going to work the opposite of the way that you might think. Elric says, "See you next time, bro." Biohacking, fasting. So when I talk about fasting, people get bent out of shape. Why? Because fasting is hard. You're going to have to wire your body to go burn fat and not just muscle. This is where some women never fast because they're constantly eating. Cold plunge. What happens with men's biohacking different from women's biohacking is an aversion to cold plunge because their body just can't handle a little bit of cold plunge. This is what happens when women get older is they don't want any kind of bodily discomfort where your body feels like it's dying when you're cold plunging. But here's the other end of it, which is you don't have to cold plunge at 32, 34, or 38 degrees. You don't have to. You can cold plunge at 60 degrees. Have you seen females get into a pool that's 80 degrees in the summertime? And they're like, oh, brr, it's so cold. We're not changing gears from biohacking into humor. We're adjusting our shift to add comedy into code deprogrammer. By changing how we're coded, this is more like a cult with no bars and no benefits. Because it's not a cult. You're in a cult that you don't know about. It's actually invisible, which is by default a giant marination inside of feminism. We're tethered to a psyop that's connected to your smartphone. What we're doing here in this comedy session is we're deprogramming you with three things: pen, paper, and a journal. You might think we're programming you for your dog, potty trained, pen, paper, and a journal. When you're programming or deprogramming yourself, somebody didn't read the operating manual to your brain. Pervasive programming. Pervasive programming. What boomers say, which is why does the old stuff work better than the new stuff? I'm not going to say that because I don't want to sound like a my old phone. I'm talking oldest phone, not the new phone that's got an STD, not the new phone that's definitely got an STD, not the other new phone that's got an STD, which is maybe having a plan B, plan C, plan D. Did we just invent new birth control that's called plan C? What is plan C? Plan C is plan Chang. You see, plan B is for when you're trying to abort a Chad, Tyrone, or Lauren's baby. A plan C is where you say, I want to have a baby with Larry Chang. That's my plan C. Because there is no such thing as plan A for birth control, except for withdrawal or whatever the joke is that we're going to workshop later. What plan A to plan B does is it extrapolates a slam dunk of a joke. Cheers to us slam dunking. Cheers to us slam dunking, which is plan C for birth control. Plan C for birth control is right up the exact alley for Web 12 humor. Plan C for birth control is the opposite of controlling birth. It's to birth out a giant. It's to birth out a baby. Plan C for birth control is to birth out a C Chang. When I say plan C for birth control, it's not birth control as in extermination of a new life form that is curiously going to look Asian. Look into the mirror. If you are blonde, blue-haired, blue-eyed, and blonde, or You now are saying, I have brown hair, Larry. It's not blonde. You're telling me that you're old enough to have Plan C for birth control, meaning you're older than 22. As blondes get older, our hair gets light brown. Plan C for birth control. Maybe you laughed already, but maybe that was a polite laugh where you really didn't understand what I was talking about. That happens once in a while. Let's you and I meet for the first time and get on the same page. Maybe you've met me before, but this will be meeting me a first time because once you understand this, you and I will be kindred, connected, and we will laugh together and improve together. Plan C for birth control. Maybe you're not versed in over-the drugstore counter methodologies for, oh my God, somebody cream pied, let's take the morning after pill. That would be plan B, I think. I don't, because if she gets pregnant from oral BJ, she did the secret agent thing to try to get pregnant, which is she did a oral sex, a fellatio, and then she ran to the bathroom going, spits it out in her hand, and then shoves it up her vagina. Countermeasures engage. I'm talking about Plan B humor turning into Plan C. You see, Plan C is, there you go. Plan C for birth control is me telling the jokes versus the comments being more funny than me. But thank you for being patient because Plan C. What is Plan C for birth control? Plan C isn't about aborting. Plan C isn't about mitigating your pregnancy. Plan C is having a plan to have a Larry Chang baby. Yellow! Fantastic. I said, hey cowboy, what's up? How are you doing? This cowboy is doing pretty well. You and I and dozens of other friends are participating in the dating report. It's a humorous recap of things that I see in the market, not the stock market, not the AI token market, not the tech market, or a Wall Street market, or even a secondary offering in stock. Yeah, I work in finance. This market that I'm talking about is the sexual marketplace, the swapping of DNA, the connecting of vagina to penis, and the attempts of penis to connect to vagina. I know. And instead of just focusing on what country, what third world poop hole are you trying to be a passport bro in? The third world country I'm in, baby, is Florida, California, Texas. The third world country that I choose to passport bro in is the Republic of Texas. Oh, you work in a brothel. Gotcha. I don't just live at the whorehouse. I run the fuck house that doesn't fuck because I'm living in a fraternity house. Look at where I live. Look at where I live. I got a frat duck. I got a sorority pillow. I could show the pillow. I got a sorority pillow. So if you're foreign, a sorority pillow is 150 women that live in a sorority house. A fraternity is where 150 men live in one ginormous house. That's where I live. I live in a co-ed fraternity house. That's oh, you work in a brothel? Gotcha. This is where we realize that sometimes jokes, they have insightful things. Let's you and I continue. So, less with the brown immigration questions, because just because I am dark brown, identifying as black, while simultaneously being Caucasian, let's not talk about immigration or migration from the number one most American America. Larry Chang. Let me repeat that claim because that is not a boastful form of shit talk. That is not a Jewish Jew God form of trash talk, or a black person talking trash while playing basketball. This is ethnically a Chinese person talking shit about dating. Let's continue. It turns out, remember, number one most American in America. It turns out many, super majority of Caucasians, men who are 6 feet tall and taller, are now allergic to dating. How are you at the 99th percentile? You're tall, you're hot, you're white. You're 80 to 85% as white as Larry Chang. So that's basically penultimate. You don't know what penultimate means, look it up. You're at the right side of the bell curve. Everybody wants to be you. They want to be you for your U.S. citizenship because you were born in America. They want to be you because you're great at football, basketball, baseball. They want to be you because you are mentoring football, basketball, and baseball professionals. You go to any marquee event that you want to go to. These men are now allergic to women. These men are now allergic to women. So, when you chime in to say, I'm allergic to new putty, that's your legal condition called you got married. Who does that? That's called soul sourcing one vagina until you have to give away half your stack. I know. It's not till death do us part. It's until the woman gets sick of you, not me, and then leaves with half your money and all of your house and 2 to 6 of your kids. This got dark all of a sudden. Hey, you're the one who's interrupting this, which is Caucasian men and every other gender. Which is, yes, the stuffed animal duck. Deeply understanding cunt knowledge. Get it? D-U-C-K. Digitally understanding cunt knowledge. Cunt is like a man in the UK. Like, don't be a nasty cunt. But deeply understanding cunt knowledge. Back on topic. Allergies to women. Emma Nehemiah, welcome back. We're talking about allergies for men. So a peanut allergy is where you have an immune system deficiency and a autoimmune where your immune system is now attacking nutrition. Peanuts are, legumes are somewhat nutritious, right? Vagina is sometimes bad for you. That's what we're talking about, which is some men, even the ones who are successful, were successful with women, are now allergic to women. Larry, what does an allergy to women look like? What does an allergy to women look like? It's English only here, baby. It's English only. Come back better after your timeout. Although I do like your name, the Drunk Koala. That's why it's a timeout for a single-digit number of minutes versus a perma timeout. I like your username, a Drunk Koala. A Drunk Koala. All my Australian viewers, which for some reason I have great traction on, hilarious. What does an allergy to women look like? What is it? What is being allergic to women? Being allergic to women is where you swear off vagina. Allergic to women. You say black pill phrases such as, the juice is not worth the squeeze. If English is your second language, 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 the juice is not worth the squeeze is what you say when you can't get women. Blake has chimed in to say, wow, this dude, he's mad he can't get some good wet. This means that this is the first time you have entered a Larry Chang video. Who's Larry Chang? That would be a person who has a channel on what they don't teach you in school. This is a follow-up piece to a show that I launched. It's called The Dating Report. When it's The Dating Report, it's reports from the front lines of dating. Why are you allergic to women? Why are there not men going out on Friday night? My country, top 2 country in the world, it's, do you like how I did that? Do you like how I did that? Because if I'm going to talk trash, it's going to be honest. If I'm going to drop humor, it's going to be accurate, which is this accuracy. When men don't invest money in overpriced drinks for themselves, forget about buying drinks for women. When men don't buy drinks for themselves out, they're saying, I'm allergic to women. This allergy occurred when women began to increase the price, increase expectations, increase the hurdle rate for getting into her JJ. Once the hurdle rate, begging and borrowing and repurposing a private equity and venture capital phraseology, jargon, hurdle rate. She's a 2, wanting only 9 penis. She's a 3 who's obese. Obese woman has chimed in the chat. Obese woman or obese man has chimed in the chat. You see, when you say something negative, I'm going to pin it. Why? Because your inflammation isn't causing you to be allergic to women. That happened a long time ago when men and women swore you off. Riken, probably brown. Riken's brown. Riken brown. Oh my God, that rhymes. So the inflammation has caused you brain fog, causing you to say, I don't like this guy. He looks like he fucks. I don't like this guy. He looks like he's having a good time in such a small audience. I don't like that guy. He looks like a person who is not going to quit. I do like this guy because this making light of the fact that why are Caucasian men in America who are almost as attractive as Larry Chang allergic to women? Which is, hey, do you guys want to go out? Nah, I'm just going to stay home and video game. Well, at least let's get something to eat. You're going to have to eat, right? No, I'm just going to heat up a can of soup because I got food at home. Well, do you have vagina at home? Yeah, I have porn. What? That's not vagina. That's AI vagina meant to short circuit your brain. No porn. What is porn and why is it so bad? It's unlimited access with no cost to rot your brain. I'm not saying that it's part of Desert New Jersey's effort in order to exterminate the Goyim because Caucasian men. Why are you allergic to the JJ? So you might think, oh my God, this guy is hilarious, and I have thoughts to share. You are correct in thinking that I am hilarious. Hi, Larry ass. That's why I brought this duck, deeply understanding cunty knowledge. Some of you guys who are mean, you guys are cunty. But all are welcome here, especially the struggling heterosexuals. All are welcome here, even though you have homodar that is actually just sniffing out childhood trauma, trying to relive it and unscorch the earth that got scorched. Because somebody went scorched earth on you in your bottle, and then now you're broken temporarily. Let's try to pick up the pieces because it turns out Humpty Dumpty, who sat on a wall, if he had an engineering degree like Larry Chang did, he could put people back together. That's why this channel is called What They Don't Teach You at Therapy School, which is I solved your problem. Just say thank you. Problem. I don't really want to go out. Problem that you're not stating, Larry. I'm allergic to women. I'm too poor to go out. I'm too fat to go out. I don't even like the women that I meet when I'm out. I'm out. How's my skin this morning? How's my skin? I'm trying to improve my fascia because I watched a YouTube video and I got better because I used a gua sha. I got a gua sha. I saw one of those YouTube ads. The way a gua sha works is it's a metal plate. They give you this little holder. They're advertising on YouTube some gua sha that was like $60. And I looked up on Amazon. Ooh, this feels good. This is the only thing I'll do to play with myself. Not that I'm religiously judging you, ladies, that do play with yourself. I do realize that women play with themselves while they're watching a Larry Chang video. Why are you watching? Why are half my viewers subscribed but watching on mute? Larry, sometimes you say so many intelligent things that my brain needs a break. I just want to look at your hot face. What? Did you just say you want me to shut up and stay in your face? Is that bad, Larry? Is that bad? This gua sha feels amazing. We're going to have to put this away. We're going to have to put this away for after the pool. Hi, I'm Larry. Will you come over to my hotel and gua sha me? Gua sha? Gua sha sounds chinky. Gua sha sounds Chinese. Catching up in the comments here. Did you just say R.I.P. Joe Rogan? Porn's bad. See? Pretty Kitty said, porn isn't bad. Oh, it's the worst. Why is porn bad? Because it causes you to rot your brain by rubbing your vagina too much. And then you're not going to go out to meet a real Larry Chang because you have unlimited Larry Chang on your YouTube preferred platform, or the illegal form of Larry Chang YouTube, which is TikTok. It's okay if you're jacking my stream. I give you consent to clip farm. It's okay if you're repurposing Larry Chang content. I, Larry Chang, yield my IP protection. Larry, are you the Larry Chang that keynotes Harvard Law, Yale Law, Stanford Law, and Columbia Law? No! Harvard only. Harvard only. And a little bit of Stanford Law, but Harvard only. Stanford law is adjacent to business law. I call business law. I don't call it law, although most law is business. But water doesn't even get that muddy. Specifically, my practice, since we're talking about Duck 9, deeply understanding capital knowledge, Duck 9, deeply understanding credit knowledge and credit defaults, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, which is this nerdy video, deeply understanding capital knowledge, private equity, venture capital. That's doing turnarounds. If you guys haven't met Dickie before, this is Dickie. He's a duck. He's the Duck 9 mascot. This mascot is valuable. He's Dickie. Why is he Dickie the duck? Because he's kind of angry that Howard and Donald are poorer than him and look older. When you're poor, you end up looking old faster. We're never going to get through all this humor. I'm still on being allergic to women. In the same way that Howard the Duck got a superhero franchise within Guardians of the Galaxy. What this is a spin-off. This being what they don't teach you at business school. Spin-off. What they don't teach you in school. My channel. You don't have a girl at home playing the game. You're not double dipping. Come on. You're brown. You're brown. You're brown. You're brown. Be honest. What ethnicity are you? You're brown. Be honest. What kind of brown? Actually, what kind of... Are you Indian or are you Pakistani? Or are you both? Please say both. It's creepy scary how I know this stuff, right? Don't worry. I can help you go from brown to Caucasian. And not in the Michael Jackson kind of way. I'm talking about I can help you become Caucasian. Because remember, if you're eating yummy blonde pudding that's super hot, you become yummy and blonde. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Seriously. Does it make sense? Like, do you get it? I get it. My Orlando auntie has chimed in the chat. Unc is looks maxing. You want to be a moderator? Although uncle is kind of weird because a lot of my gaydar is your mother's little brother touched you funny. Not gonna lie, that duck is kind of pissing me off. Why? Double dimpling. This chat's actually fire. So good job, chat. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for telling me that homosexuals are chimed into. All are welcome here. All are welcome here, especially the homosexuals. And because this is Christian based, it's okay to pray your gay away. In fact, let's pray the gay away right now. Father, Lord, some of us who are temporarily homosexual got scorched earth, meaning we got ruined when we were a kid. Now we're trying to replicate the psychological damage and share in the trauma. Oh Lord, thank you for helping me be funny because I have a really big brain. Thank you, Lord, for when you were passing out brains that you gave me 6 extra servings of brain. Oh Lord, even with my ginormous IQ, help me stay happy, healthy, and retarded, where I'm not always using all 488 of my IQ points. Thank you, Lord, for showing me early that it could be 88 IQ or 488 IQ. Kind of like this video. Oh, Lord, I love you. I love you. Thank you for being obnoxious and hilarious. For example, oh, Lord, when you were getting crucified, which is a horrible way to lose oxygen because you're losing blood as you're losing energy as you're trying to struggle to breathe. But while that's going on, you, the obnoxious Jew, decide to do ministry work to the other 2 people who are getting crucified right next to you. If you're not Christian, that's why sometimes you'll see 3 crucifix crosses. It's Jesus in the middle and his entourage, thief 1, thief 2. Who's obnoxious during crucifixion? That would be Jesus. Jesus, thank you for being so obnoxious. What is obnoxious about Jesus, Larry? Is that blasphemous? The non-Christian's going to tell me that I'm being blasphemous during my own prayer. You're going to say that. Well, par for the course. It's crazy how I can read with my eyes closed, isn't it? You see, Jesus was obnoxious and hilarious because when you're dying, just moan and die. Don't sell and distribute. What is Jesus selling and distributing? Passes to heaven. Accept me. This is Jesus saying this. If you accept God, you get to go to heaven. Don't accept him, and you're not going. What a good deal. One of the thieves replies, we deserve to be crucified. Jesus, who is sinless, he does not deserve to be crucified. So the 2 thieves are having an argument because one thief wants his friend to go to heaven. The thief who didn't believe didn't go to heaven. The reason this is obnoxious is Jesus. Come on, this is obnoxious. If you were good at sales and distribution, if you were pretty good at ministry, right? You're literally Christ doing ministry. Christ ministry. Minister is sell one person on Jesus or 2 people. That's what this prayer is. And comedy within humor. Within my channel, I'm Larry Chang, but they don't teach in school. Who drops their own name in a prayer? Because that's hilarious. So what's even more hilarious during this prayer, which I'll have to explain to you in case you're not Christian, which is that Jesus could have been a good Christian minister because he is the Christ minister name. So he, as the alpha Christian, that's funny on 10 levels, as alpha Christian and his alpha ministry, it's hilarious to me that Jesus mitigated, minimized, and suppressed his own batting average. Are you talking baseball or are you talking ministry? I'm talking about when you can only convert with captive attention because get it? You have a captive audience that are nailed to the cross. They're not going anywhere for 12 days of death. Like, you're going people. That's a captive audience. You're telling me in a captive audience that Jesus is only going to bet 50%? I don't believe it. That's why it's obnoxious, because Jesus wanted to set the bar a little bit lower and say, look, I'm Jesus. I can only bat 500. Why is batting 500 so low? Because Larry Chang bats 1,000. Maybe you weren't at my video, longest prayer ever, by the way. Still praying. If you're just joining, it's the middle of a prayer. Jesus batting 500, 2 thieves, 1 accepts God and Jesus. They're in person. I mean, come on. God is doing his third leg, his triumvirate. God the Son, incarnate, right in front of you, getting crucified. And you're going to be like, I don't know. I don't know. What? You're literally standing in the midst of God, and you're going to say, heaven, not from me. I'm going to go to the dark place, right? That's not going to happen. But Jesus only batting 500 reminds me to remind you that Larry Chang bats 1,000, because book club, oh my God, Bible book club, but right now regular book club, 100% of the time it works every time. So when Jesus decides to only bat 500, it's to create another legendary story, a story so crystal clear that you could say, cool story, bro, or yo, that's fraudulent, that's AI. This is the trick. That one trick was part of 100 tricks. Next trick after Jesus died is rising, which is completely true because 500 people saw him, which is also hilarious because he being Jesus, should have stayed on earth for 10 more years and been seen by 50,000 people. But instead, Jesus was hilarious and obnoxious. Oh, I'm going to come back, but I'm only going to let 500 people see. 500 is not a small number. But 500 is a small number compared to 3 million people if you would have stayed for 30 years. Because he died at 33. He could have easily lived till 63. So basically, I'm going to look forward to when I turn 63 in the year 2065, I think, depending on my math. Because if 2 million people see him, then there is no gray area. Where right now you're like 500 people, that's kind of sus. No, that's not sus. That's actually why the engineered Christian system is architected that way. Lord Jesus, thank you for my mentors. Again, thank you for my brain. I mean, look at how clear this brain is, right? Now, Lord, I will see you in the year 2130 when I'm 30 years old. In Jesus' name we pray. Oh, in case you want to give me more athletic talents above and beyond the 99.998 percentile talent that I have, this is what you might do, because bread and circus is the stage of empire. Bread, free food, circus is television. Oh, Lord, if you want to knowledge activate my staying after rapture, it'd be great if I could throw a football 110 miles per hour. I realize right now that max speed for a football is 65 to 68 miles per hour maximum, which allows the football to travel maximum 70 yards. Allegedly, one person threw a football 80 yards. Allegedly. Named Larry Chang. Allegedly. it'd be great, Lord, if I could throw a football 160 yards, 145 yards, okay, 120 yards. But I don't want to exercise or work out. And Lord, I don't want to just be able to throw it with my left arm 120 yards. I want to be able to throw it with my right arm 120 yards, which is about 130 mile an hour fastball with a baseball. That's the force, that's the ground force required. If, oh Lord, after I throw this, it's not a one-time thing. I want to have that for 100 reps, and then typical quarterback pitcher. So Lord, if you want to give me that athletic ability, and I'm talking about giving it to me without me having to work out 5 hours. Because if I did do that workout for 5 hours, I could do that. I don't want to do that. But that's the blessing that I'm praying to have. If you're feeling generous, do you want me to recap what I'm asking for? Not asking for. If you think in your obnoxious, funny lordship, and you're the guy who did the 500 witnesses. You're the guy who batted 500. So if you want to throw some more athletic talent my way, that's cool. If you want to help me be no longer 6'4", and you want to have me grow 2 inches, 6'6", you know what? Do I want to get new clothes? You know what? Whatever. All the things that are on this earth, they're temporary. So if I need to buy new pants because I'm all of a sudden 6'6", whatever, right? I don't want bigger feet, and I'm already very happy with my penis size. In fact, yeah. Who can incorporate penis into prayer? That would be this guy. Lord, thank you for my perfectly operating pelvic floor. Lord, thank you for my kidneys and ability to filter. And Lord, most of all, thank you for my penis. It is a perfect penis that is able to valve shut off, valve turn on in a waterfall of urine for when I'm cleaning my body. Lord, also thank you for my perfectly operating penis, where my little head never, asterisk, 1100 asterisks, never tells my big head what to do. Lord, thank you for Asians and fellow Asians who are super hot, that are white and Asian, because being super hot is gonna get some ministry converts. Lord, again, thank you for my perfectly operating penis. It's part of being the 5-tool dater. Did I say 5 tools? The 6-tool dater. Really, really, thank you. But Lord, also thank you for putting Bill Seipel, Augie Garrido, and Nico Horner in my life. My mentor, and my mentor. Thank you for allowing me to mentor Tom Brady and Mike Jordan. Derek Jeter. Thank you for my brain. Thank you for how hot I look. Thank you for the blessing of this cowboy hat. Thank you for your patience in listening to this 25-minute prayer. Now, Lord, since we're talking about prayer quality and prayer energy, oh Lord, it'd be great if I could pray like the TV show New Pope. Oh my God. Like, I didn't know that was a protocol to pray. Where I fucking Jesus, and you're going, you must do some miracle. I don't even pray for miracles. The miracle already happened. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we prayed. In Jesus' name we pray. In Jesus' name we will pray. You're like, It wasn't that. It was we prayed past tense. We're praying now, and if people aren't praying with me now, they might be praying a similar prayer in the future. Well, Lord, I just had an idea. Should I charge people $80,000 to listen to this prayer? Because it's kind of valuable, right? Jesus, thank you for the abundance of throwing me so much money. I think I'm making $80K from that retarded joke prayer where I'm asking to throw a football 120 yards. Like, come on now. Like, without practice. I mean, I already know how to throw a perfect spiral, but I'm talking about I don't want to exercise. I don't want to do Tom House, Tom Brady, Larry Chang exercises as per the Tom House playlist. Butler, also thank you for Tom House. Please watch over his body as he enters his old age and treachery, where he's quoting my fellow playwright and fellow Hollywood adjacent person, David Mamet. Tom House quoting David Mamet, quoting Larry Chang. He's into old age and treachery now, which is wisdom at a young age. He is into old age and treachery. That's Tom House. As he enters old age, help him navigate his health conditions, which are currently operating at peak health. Thank you. Thank you also for taking care of my mentee, Tom Brady, who allegedly has a perfectly operating penis. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Well, Lord, thank you. Do you feel the gratitude? Oh, I'm going to cry now. Thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Who nailed that prayer? Who nailed that prayer? Nailed it. It was funny. It gave a plan. It's funny on 3 levels. Let's go. I can't see the man behind it. No. Do you see the duck in front of it? You see the duck in front of it? I think you do. Allergy to women. So the reason that men have an allergy to women is someone decided to try to get men to swear off heterosexual activity who are heterosexual. Why else would you go live in the forest when there's so much third world vagina right here in Miami? I'm not talking about the Latin third world, the JJ that visits, which is fuego hot. I'm talking about the American born, American bred, American networked JJ that is in her third world. She just doesn't understand it. Why are American Caucasian females in the third world? Because when you're surrounded by abundance, surrounded by being a top 2 country on planet Earth, coming in solidly at 2, down from number 1, and you have $25,000 in credit card debt and $50,000 in school debt, bachelor masters, where if a woman states, I don't have a master's degree, she's stating that she's 2 years short of a 4-year degree. Wow, how do you have $50,000 in debt and be short of a 4-year degree? You went to college 3 years and you're 3 years away from a degree. This is not Larry Chang, smartest human on the planet. This is Larry Chang asking some basic questions, which is, how do you owe 5 figures and went to college for 3 years? Yet, if we're being honest, you are 3 to 4 years away from a 4-year degree. Larry, your arithmetic is wrong. Oh, no, it's not, because I'm going to ask you a clear and simple question. This is the dating report. It connects right to your credit report. Why do you have $25,000 in debt? This is a simple question. This is making men no longer allergic to JJ, which is this. How many years, 13 to 17 years, pick a number between 13 and 17. How many years away are you from a 4-year engineering degree from Stanford University? Let me repeat that question. It's hilarious. I am not joking. I mean, I am joking, but I'm also being honest, which is a 4-year degree, Stanford engineering. How many years would it take for women and men to earn that 4-year degree? How many years? It turns out that the answer is 13 years, because the people that are letting into University of California, San Diego, University of California, Berkeley, University of California, everything except for Irvine is can't do math, can't read. If you can't do math and you can't read, you're going to need to learn how to read and then do math. So you're 17 years away from a 4-year engineering degree. I can't tell you how many people say, oh, well, will you write a recommendation letter for me to attend Stanford for computer science? If you wanted to get a 4-year degree equivalent, you would just study shiitake on Chad Hurley and Steve Chen's website, which is YouTube. This is the allergy to the truth, because allergic to women, I called that pattern. Allergic to the truth, that's been going on subtly because there's a concerted effort, and that effort is this. How can we, in Desert, New Jersey, how can we get men, and New Jersey, so Jersey and Desert, New Jersey, how can we get men to swear off making a family? How can we get men to swear off dating? How can we get men to swear off hand job from woman to man? How can we get men to swear off fucking? How can we get men demoralized to no longer attempt to do heterosexual activities? The concerted effort to do that is nefarious. The concerted effort is done in concert. Maybe you've never been to a concert before. Maybe you're not part of a young adult symphonics. Maybe you going to a symphony is a figment of, oh, Larry, do I look like I have $500 to go to the symphony? This is how low the bar is right now. It's not a $500 ticket to sit orchestra, which is the best seat in the house, in some people's opinion. The bar is so low, you can join as a young society, young professional, college student, or if you're not in college, you're college age. The net is wide. The bar is low. There is no filter. You can go to orchestra for $13 while patrons are paying $7,000 or $700. My point here is that orchestration is beautiful. But when people are orchestrating an effort against you, which is not conspiracy theory, because people conspired in an orchestrated effort asking this question. Quote, how can we get men to swear off fucking? End quote. Now, I'm not saying that, hey, Christian people that fornicate, unlimited fornication. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying at least you're going to have to want to do that and then not do it, versus you don't think about it, you don't do it. If you do it, it's a deviant form of it, which is using porn. None of it's good, which is which is the conspired orchestration against men, which is how can we get men to be allergic to vagina? Why am I the only person talking about this genius shiitake? Why? Because I'm hilarious and maybe I'm the only one who knows. Translation. Are you allergic to vagina mucus? Translation. Pussy juice, good pussy. Translation. Do you never cold open? Do you never cold open? Do you never cold open? Do you never cold open is, are you even trying to meet women in real life? Dating apps. Once you realize that dating apps were never meant to help you get married to your soulmate, once you realize that there's a system which is set up, how can we get men to be allergic to women? I'll ask you a simple question if you have not whole scale given up on your heterosexual activity, which is this. Do you never cold open? Do you never cold open? Meaning, do you not meet new people ever? Simple questions, kids. Question. How many years would it take for you to get a 4-year engineering degree from Stanford? When I ask this question, I get every answer indicative of their character compass. Notice my language is not just ginning out shiitake I've always said. This is brand new. This is why sometimes I'll joke, this is the best video that I've ever made. Because do you never cold open? Do you, when you talk to somebody, look for a conversating point, or are you as a man constantly getting interrupted with a disconnect disparate where you can not be you can get interrupted by her, she cannot be interrupted by you. This is why a female protagonist in a movie, it just seems so unrealistic. Zero movies. Cheers to movies. Starting on June 1 is the 34 days of AMC theaters. 34 days, day 19, a movie with this song. Your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. Your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. Do you speak Mandarin? Society is crap because people have made it crap. You look like Lou Sizzle. He is an Asian. The dumbass probably failed the semester. You being cool or what? Yeah, I can see you're a cowboy hat, but can't really see the man behind it. Planned obsolescence. Sick statesman. Hello, says the Fun Plush crew. LOL. Got you. Later, says Orlando. This is time preference, where if you can't be patient for a person to interact with you, you have broken time preference. What is broken time preference? It's basically you can't delay gratification. What is broken time? It's where everybody moves time, space, space, time. That's just the definition of being alive. Choosing to become supernatural will be to realize you're going to need to have an improvement plan for how you move through time and space. That's chapter 11 of a book called Becoming Supernatural. This is a book where book club Becoming Supernatural. That book club, it works 100% of the time, every time. So when you have broken time, which is you go from chat to chat, room to room, video to video, and your thumb doing this. Okay, sorry, wrong thumb. I'm amphibious. If you don't know what amphibious is, that means I can throw with either arm. Amphibious. Oh, whoever made this green tea deserves 3 new subscribers. Allergic IRL to women. Allergic to porn. Cock-blocking boobs on social media. See boobs, can't lick them. See books, can't read them. See plunging necklines, can't feel them. Humor. The business model of getting vagina. Hey, just take 10 women on dates. You're going to get somewhere with some of them. Now you take 10 women on dates, you don't get anywhere with any of them. That's a business model. And this is why now restaurants are going bankrupt, because men are refusing to buy dinner even after sex occurs or second base occurs. The business model of getting vagina. So everyone's got an ass model. Before, when I was talking about dinner, you take 5 to 10 women out on dates. One of them is gonna give you a handy at the drinks afterwards. Those numbers aren't working. Therefore, men have become allergic to buying dinner while being allergic to vagina. This business model. This is people's business model now. Ass model. Ass model. This is people's ass model now. Which is, instead of just chiming in to say some robot thing, been a while, So, why don't you listen to what I'm saying and react to what I'm saying? Or you're just a human acting like a YouTube robot. I used to think it was just YouTube robots, because there's so many YouTube robots. Let's do Nishidana breathing again. I got some good boogers that went in. I didn't think I had any boogers. I was just doing that proactively. I got a massive stuff. That's why you do Nadi Shidana. It turns out some of the excrement inside your nose, it's so deep that you have to redo it. There you go. Now we can be friends, because you're listening and reacting. The ass model of, I'm not even going to meet you out for drinks. Let's do drinks right by my apartment. Let's do drinks at my penthouse condo. Let's do DoorDash and food to your place. True story, a girl invited a guy over and said, oh yeah, this is my place. And then on the speaker, the guy who owns the house goes, hey bro, get out of my house and stop having sex with my girlfriend. This is the default of women own, she's not paying for it. She just finagled a way to have free housing because she's hot. This is the dating report, which is crazy stories I see from the front. So the man is deployed, and he was National Guard, and then all of a sudden he got upgraded to active service. Heard that shit show before? Yeah. So he owned the house because he had a job, and now there's a girl living in his house because, hey, you're away deployed. Is it okay if I just live in your house? She decides to have guys over and cheats on him while he's being deployed. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. So now the guy talks to the other guy on speaker with a camera. This is the business model of, hey, do you want to come to my place and we can DoorDash food? This is why men became allergic. This is why men became allergic to women. Because you get burned by that one time and you're like, I'm not going to women's houses anymore. Women don't have their own housing. There's going to be some guy walking in on my situation. Which is why if you're a man of means, the first 1 to 7 times that you do first base, second base, or third base with her, you should be doing it in a hotel. Rewrite what you said without thinking that I'm not going to read it. Because I read it with an incredibly high IQ as being a top 50 physicist. I have no idea what you're talking about. What is TC? You know what? I'll pin it. Does that make you feel good? I'll pin your cryptic comment. But maybe because you don't understand what I'm saying, you're going to make me feel bad about not understanding what you're saying. Did I just bust you on the disconnect? Because when you don't understand what I'm saying, it's because you can just Google and take notes. In fact, you would understand if you just paid better attention. But you're half listening, and now you're getting angry that you don't understand all of it. And then you're going to put a comment where I don't know what you're talking about. And that doesn't make me feel bad. It's just us sharing. I'm not allergic to YouTube negativity. What is your model for ass? Men have an ass model. This is a bad ass model, which is, are you mentally jacked into porn? Men have an ass model. Are you using porn to jack into unlimited access, unfettered filters? That's what porn is. Are you, as your ass model, are you jacked into oblivion? Meaning you don't interact with women and you're calling people who are not celibate. Well, I mean, I'm celibate, but I'm not an incel. I mean, I'm celibate from a Christian dating standpoint because our blowjobs is blowjob. Is me getting a blowjob really even sex? No, right? If I'm with a girl, other girls can kiss my pee-pee if I give consent. VR sex. That's what's next in porn. Here's a question to help solve some of the problems that I've brought up. Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog? Question mark. Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog? Here's a sub question, which is, can you sit alone quietly in a room with a dog and raw dog? Here's another question, and there you go. You did not have the goal to try to be understood because you just put like some emoji gibberish because your brain is broken. When your brain is broken, you're not breaking yourself down to get fundamentally better. You're breaking yourself down while you're breaking down. So you're doing a double breakdown. This is why there is a concerted effort to get men to be allergic to women. This video is so concise. Good job, Larry Chang. Larry, you brought up a lot of problems. Do you have any solutions? Oh, I do. And I'm not saying that you should listen to this narration while you ask yourself this question, which is sitting alone quietly in a room. Question to write down. Can you sit alone in a room quietly? It's either pubic hair or dog hair from a visiting dog that's going up my nose. Or boogers. Or my excretory system doing a wonderful job getting rid of what does not serve my body. Question: can you sit alone in a room and loudly do Nadi Shodhana breathing for 20 minutes? Problem: most men and women can't sit alone quietly in a room. This is financial advice. Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog an erection? Or your vagina getting wet because you're solving endometriosis? Why? It isn't just that your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. Your phone is also breaking your penis. Your phone is definitely breaking your vagina, endometriosis. Let me repeat that because it's hilarious. You laughed, but let me explain to you why it's hilarious and why you laughed. It's hilarious because this is the solution. Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog your vagina getting wet? Without your phone, obviously, without a book, you have to just sit there meditating on a sexual fantasy starring Larry Chang, I consent. I know you guys do this already, so I'm going to give you consent for stuff that you're kind of doing without consent, which is, can you sit alone in a room with me on your phone while you flog your dolphin? So all you're doing now is you're remembering my hot face. You're remembering my broad shoulders. You're remembering how I talk and how I made you feel, but you're going to have to just use your brain to make your own vagina wet. When you make your own vagina wet, you're solving the problem of, can you sit alone in a room quietly and make your own vagina wet? So when you're doing this, this is not porn. This is you fantasizing and writing science fiction, because I am never going to be near you sexually. But what you're doing is you're creating and conjuring up a book similar to Morning Glory Milking Farm, which is, can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog pages? Can you write pages? Can you write for 20 minutes? Can you raw dog blank paper? Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog blank paper? Can you sit alone in a room quietly and fix your vagina? Can you sit alone in a room quietly and give YouTube to people that aren't giving you any energy back? Can you sit alone in a room quietly and raw dog your dolphin to get slippery wet because you have pain down there. Why? Because your uterine lining is growing outside of your uterus. Larry, I went to get endometriosis surgery, and I was talking to a woman. She had 6 surgeries. Well, if I were selling you glasses of green tea for $2,500, and you bought 2 glasses of green tea for $2,500, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep selling you green tea. I'm going to keep selling you green tea. Solution. This is financial advice. Can you sit alone in a room quietly and supernaturally heal yourself? It's been a pleasure joining you in a small smidgen of your life for 60 minutes. Now remember, when a Larry Chang quality of speaker says 60 minutes, we really mean 70 minutes. Because when a Larry Chang quality massage therapist, yoga teacher says, I'll do massage and yoga teacher for an hour, that really means 50 minutes. But when Larry Chang says an hour, oh, I could go for an hour. Oh, this went 74 minutes. Are those a good 74 minutes? I consent to you to watch a prior video because I don't want to meet you on the next video. I do. But I want you to meet me on an existing video that you should be studying, because after meeting Larry Chang, you should not be watering down this genius with some other YouTube content creator. You should be Larry Chang focused. Are you focused on raw dogging Larry Chang content? Ladies and gentlemen, be well. How dumb are women right now? Where somebody got programmed, who's going to pervasively program women? Through TV programming. Have you looked through people's streaming algorithm? Oh my God. The streaming services are trying to program you to be retarded. Pervasive programming, nonprofit. Oh, that must be a good thing. A profit that has no profit. Do you think a nonprofit is good? Oh, we're a nonprofit. You're not doing anyone any favors. It's a fiat scheme scam nonprofit. That's Web 4. Do you even know what Web 4 is inside your pervasive programming? Save the world. When you can't save yourself, when you can't feed yourself, when you're going to die from lack of oxygen, because this is how it works. You first put on your oxygen mask, and then you begin to save other people. So when you start trying to save the world, or you say utopia, it's just 30% annihilation away from becoming true. That's not utopia, kids. That's socialism, communism, doom scroll, the pervasive programming of scrolling through doom, a doom scroll. Where you might say, oh, this is so lame. But I'm telling you, pervasive programming in the music that is by default LGBTQ, you're beginning to feel very unprogrammed. Exiting the cult ain't easy. What cult are we trying to exit, Larry? The cult of feminism programmed. Conspiracy theorems. Prior to 2013, all those crazy conspiracy theories, they all came true. They all came true. The newer conspiracies, they're just meant to demoralize you because they're not exactly true. But the old conspiracy theories, all true. Did you hook, line, and hooker? Did you hook, line, and hooker? Are you a hooker right now doing OnlyFans? Oops. Oops. You got programmed into being a hooker. Oops. But Larry, that's not being a hooker. Oh, it's worse. There are just as many 1,000 cock stares. What's a 1,000 cock stare? It's where you no longer have any healthiness because you have a 1,000 cock stare. Crabs, lobsters in a pot, crabs in a pot. Is the programming you causing you to be a crab in a pot? Hey, let's pull other people into our hellish pot. Let's pull other people into this hellish plot. Make content, consume content. But Larry, your content, it's really good. How can I even hope to compete? My content is not gaining adoption, but that's okay because if I can just save one person from being programmed, I've done my job. But here's the good news, is that this video, it's going to be evergreen. Making content versus consuming content. So if I'm consuming content, I'm not making content. Deep learning. When was the last time you learned anything on a deep level? Have you been able to at least replicate a recipe? Or, ladies and gentlemen, do you never cook? That's deep execution. You're going to have to make your bed and lie in it, you don't make your bed and you lie in it anyway, right? That make your bed and lie in it, it's not as good as you're going to need to watch a YouTube video about making food, and that's what you're going to eat. So it's making your own human food. That's what the new saying should be. It shouldn't be make your own bed and lie in it. Like a lot of people sleep in a scumbag bed. That doesn't make any sense. I'll sleep with you. I'll let you perform fellatio in a bed that isn't made, right? So what? But having to eat the food that you try to make, that's next level. Deep learning, deep execution, critical thinking. That'll help you get deprogrammed, or pretending to think, or tricking people into thinking that they're thinking. That's why my videos aren't very popular. I'm not tricking you into thinking that you're thinking. I'm forcing you to think for the first time today. Critical thinking. Do you not think that I can go popular, go viral, and get distribution if I were to dumb down my message? Do you think that I could somehow muster up the intellect to check some of my IQ points at the door? Because you should ask yourself why I choose to have my channel be such a niche. It's because I see what's going on. It's you're being programmed. This is the code deprogrammer. This is Web 12. This is Web 5. This is Web 4. You're still on Web 2, and Web 3 is a dumpster fire. Web 12 is deep connection. I talk for 3 hours. You come up with 12 sentences. Web 5 is the Bitcoin wave. Web 4, fiat striking back, which is the money printer. It gets to the middle class last. The money printer. It's what governments do to steal. I can't help it. I can't help it. I think this is hilarious. How can you not see what's going on? This is code deprogramming, the language of NLP. What am I talking about when I'm talking about natural language processing? Yes. Neural linguistic programming? Yes. NIL, NLP, natural intelligence, Larry Chang layer. NLP, natural Larry protocols. Why am I constantly referring to myself in the third person? Because split dissociatively, I need to ask myself the title of this video, which is, are these hard opinions that I'm softly holding on to? Or am I enthusiastically examining my own opinion loosely held? And is this a strong opinion loosely held? Meaning, when I come into contact with more information, am I going to be likely to am I going to be likely to am I going to be likely to change my mind? The language of neuro-linguistic programming as it relates to code deprogramming, where you're needing to both program and unprogram yourself. Program and unprogram. You're welcome for the screenshot. We're rifling right along entirely on time. Let's visit the K economy. What is the K economy? Let's let's examine it. The K economy is where one economy is booming. There are people right now eating a $350 lunch for 2 hours. That's the K economy. Is one economy is great, the other economy is abysmal. What's the abysmal economy? Having to work 2 or 3 or 4 jobs just to barely make rent. Barely keeping your head above water. Net, net. Rich people are getting richer. Poor getting middle class be bankrupted. Middle class asks, hey, is food stamps an option for me? This is revisiting the K economy. There's fraud in socialism because poor people becoming middle class is just not even happening. Where once you hit the socialism layer at the bottom, you're now going to be even more communist socialist. Here's the microeconomics of the situation, is that we're going to need to try to network our way onto the K-shaped economy, meaning we're having to go from the worst economy class to the best economy class. How are we going to do that? In one word, hashtag Web12. Sugar Daddy is tired. That's because the upper middle class, it's not all it's cracked up to be. There are cracks forming in the K-shaped economy. Sugar Daddy is tired. Government is daddy. The government is not always going to be able to be sugar daddy or daddy. It's an illusion that America can continue to be the sugar daddy. Sugar daddy via family court. Sugar daddy via taxation. Sugar daddy via printing money. Sugar daddy, sugar daddy, sugar daddy. Every sugar daddy dies. Every sugar, and sugar's not even good for daddy because somebody didn't understand the Cantillon effect for money. Cantillon effect for money. The Cantillon effect for money. It is who's standing closest to the money printer. Semi-high agency. That's the next segment, segment 5, high agency or semi-high agency. What is agency? It's your ability to get shit done. How do you self-start? That's a question. 2, wage slavery. Are you locked in? Bad opinion, stubbornly held, which is you have to be dollars per hour. That is your own shitty business model. You're never going to rise in dollars per hour. You're never going to rise in wage slavery. Tell me one person who went from low class to middle class. It's so rare right now. It's more popular to be a unicorn. More likely that you're going to be a unicorn. What's a unicorn? That's the difference between 7 figures and 10 figures. I'm shaking my head because people don't know that math. Because this is what's low agency and Ebonics mathing. 11x's in Ebonics mathing, which is the 3 words that rhyme: trillion, billion, million. Unattainable, unattainable, unattainable. But it turns out million is incredibly attainable. It's just 1,000. It's just 1,000 1,000s. 1,000,000, but 1,000 millions? That's harder. 1,000 billions? Nearly impossible unless you're providing a lot of value to the economy. This is where people say, oh, well, Elon's a trillionaire. He can just give everybody $2,700 and we would have enough expenses to live for 2 weeks. Solving problems using semi-high agency. Solving problems is nearly impossible because people are so demoralized that they don't want to solve problems, which is solving problems. Is this a problem? That's asking for confirmation. Solving problems. Reconfirming that the problem has an associated dollar amount. Because if a problem does not have an associated dollar amount, don't even solve it. Kind of like how men solve women's problems. If it doesn't have a dollar amount, don't even solve it. She needs a brake job? Whatever. I need a blow job. Asking for percentage of the solution's benefit. Problem. Only the best guys are getting fellatios'd. Solution. Dirty money makes women dirty. Because right now, all the money's fake. So now you've got fake women, fake money, fake everything. Everything is bullshit, Larry. But Larry, everything is bullshit. The way to solve it is, what stage of the Roman Empire do you think we're in right now? External deliverables within semi-high agency. When people talk about being an employee, they talk about internal deliverables or external deliverables. All the people who are focused on internal deliverables, you can fire them and the revenue doesn't change. What is an external deliverable? That is getting somebody from outside of your company, outside of your startup, or outside of your family to do something. That's not easy. That's called an external deliverable. Most people are focused on internal deliverables. This is why women have a business model called get a husband, that's your lottery ticket. That is an internal deliverable. What's also an internal deliverable is casual sex. An external deliverable is, can you get the person to sign over half of their current wealth and half of their future earnings? That's an external deliverable. Larry, did you just connect up marriage to being an external deliverable? Yes, because as a man, I'll take the internal deliverables all day long. But if I'm going to have to sign on the line, which is dotted, aka a marriage license, I'm committing half my existing wealth and half my future wealth, if not more than half. That's an external deliverable. This is why men are hesitant. So if you're a woman, I think I just explained to you how external deliverables is just a little bit different from internal deliverables. To really lock in this point, this is what some couples will say. Your job is to make the money. My job is to spend the money. We're a partnership. So making the money, that's external deliverables because it's outside of the family. You're trying to get people to pay you. Internal deliverables is, I'm going to go buy some useless shit that we don't need. Persuasion. Am I persuading you to study semi-high agency? Agency. Can you get some shit done? Or are you oh yeah, I'll get that done, and then you don't do it? Forcing yourself into a corporation. So what high agency is you're forcing an agency, you're forcing your agency into a corporation by doing an external API, meaning you can go pick up trash in their parking lot. That's an external API. You can go give them 3 new customers. That's an external API. But Larry, I don't want to do anything unless I get paid dollars per hour. You're going to have to let me know how your shitty business model works. Because in the winner zone, we're doing forcing yourself into a corporation using guacamole recipe number 23, hashtag external API. Semi-high agency taste. This is not taste in consumption. This is taste in tools that you use to solve problems. Oh, Larry, I have great taste in how I spend money. Look at these brands I adorn myself with. I'm brand stacking. I got Wuchi, Hoochie, Moochie, Gucci. I got Hoochie shoes. I got Moochie penis. I've got Wuchi white Asian. Like, it's nobody wants any of that. The taste that I'm talking about is what tech tools are you taste making with? I recommend a smattering of some of the most advanced stuff along with some of the most basic stuff, this is a good time for me to mention WordPress. It's pressing words to web pages, not called Instagram. If you use Twitter, which you should turn your X app into a treasure map. Because if you're not mapping your treasure, you probably have horrible taste in, Larry, what tasks should I be working on today? Persistence, action in real world. Persistence, it's tetrahedron, which is, are you taking any kind of persistent action? Being unemployable, but good at follow-up. The concept of unemployable is completely lost right now because most people are such horrible employees that you'll never make it as an entrepreneur. Live action business case study 3373. Jobapreneur. You have to be such a good employee that you're unemployable, but that concept's lost because you have to at least be the best employee at a business. If you're a crappy employee, you're never going to make a corporation take off because of dollars per hour and delayed gratification. That's just so true. So being unemployable means this in bullet point. 1, you intimidate your other team members because you're such a good employee that as an employee, you're doing 10 other employees' work. Not just 3 other employees' work. You're a 10x engineer. You're a 10x employee. You're not getting paid any extra. That's just what you're going to have to do to practice, to get a rep, to be persistently getting good reps in where you're such a good employee that other employees are like trying to sabotage you because 3 and 5 employees from the first segment, cancerous citizens, cancerous cells, cancerous startup employees. Those employees that are shitty, they're going to try to sabotage you. That's what Drew Bledsoe did to Tom Brady. When Tom Brady was hustling, Drew Bledsoe was constantly trying to sabotage him by pouring blue dye in his clothes, by sabotage, aka pranking. That's what it means to be unemployable, where so many people are trying to sabotage you because you're such a good employee. It's not just, oh, I'm unemployable because I can't show up at work on time. That's not the meaning of being unemployable. You have to be so good at following up and so good at details. Because when you're a shitty employee, you're never going to make it as founder of your own company because that's just not, it's, you can't go from a non-valuable employee and then you'll hear these stories. Oh, I got fired because I didn't fit in a corporate system. Those are stories and fairy tales. The majority of founders could go easily right back to a corporation. In fact, most corporations are willing to hire entrepreneurs. Why? Because of high agency. My God, whoever wrote this script, amazing. High agency, you want to create a corporation, you're going to have to learn how to sell 1. You can't just sell 0. You're going to need to learn how to fend for yourself. Semi-high agency, which is starting your identity change, where if you don't identify as unemployed, but you are not employed, maybe you should start an identity change, which is embracing the fact that women by default that are under 30 that graduate from UT are by default unemployed. Small and tiny habits. Maybe what I'm saying rubs you wrong. I do care that I'm rubbing you right because that's how I get to 5 to 15 orgasms per weekend. But small and tiny habits start by 1. I didn't know that women had orgasms. 2. Oh, I didn't know of the clit labia combo. 3, the tiny habit of what? What? Foreplay matters? What? Small and tiny habits. Small environment delta, which is, oh, I didn't know that eventually going to Hawaii was going to give you a gasm. I didn't know dinner first coach. I didn't know that you cream when you are made to treat your sugar daddy. I didn't know your vagina was now I know that your vagina is wired like that. That's why I have a program for free called Reverse Sugar Daddy. That's the small environment delta. Behavior change, identity change. Oh, I'm a person who treat me like a queen. Where what if your identity change is the queen's actually nice to the king? What if there's a behavior change involved? Screenshot, you're welcome. Screenshot, you're welcome. Screenshot this, baby. Live action business case study 1469, which is the 34 days of Grok 4 at AMC Theaters, day number 31. I'll repeat that because this is maybe the first time you've ever put pen to paper. Today is day 31 of the 34 days of Grok 4 at AMC Theaters. Today's day 31. Congrats. Congrats. Day 19 was Saturday. Toy Story. Day 30, 200 is going to be the Toy Story 6 GTA 7 crossover. Crossover doing a collab. Let me repeat that joke because you forgot to laugh. Toy Story 6 GTA 7 crossover. Crossover. Why are we crossing those over? Because we're going to try to get ROI for Toy Story 6 GTA 7 before 3/7/27. ROI for South by Film Festival before South by. ROI for FinCon before September 14 to September 16. FinCon, Financial Conference. Return on investment, ROI. Cash jokes, Philo, LIFO, and TVPI. Why are these cash jokes? These jokes are cash money because it's cash is king and cash is TVPI. Total value paid in, baby. Total value paid in. ROI for brain alive. Zewick says, what is the most important metric when considering a successful business? That would be, do you have a business model? Meaning, are you spending $2 to make $25? If you don't have that, you are screwed. On Wednesdays and Mondays, I drop new episodes. It's been terrifically delightful to go over ROI for X before 3/7/27. Segment 7 was live action business case study 1469. We also covered segment 6, high agency. Segment 5 was delightful. It was revisiting the K-shaped economy. We had code deprogrammer as segment number 4. That's where we were making sure that we weren't getting programmed by some nefarious entity. Then we had cancerous employees. Then before that, we had men biohacking people. This has been a segment within a segment titled Strong Opinions Weakly Held. Because ideally, we want to be able to adapt, observe, orient, decide, act within our strong opinions weakly held. Why are we weakly holding strong opinions? Because we're much more adaptable and we're critically thinking and we're critically observing. I'll try to do better with the